Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, Breaker of Seven Seals. Brothers and sisters, we're at war. The war officially started 2020. COVID was the first attack. Preparation's been going on since Master Muhammad landed on the shores of America. Instead of the sequence of events that lead to the actual battle. Because that's what it says. Elijah prepared a way for the message of the covenant. These things are very clear. And the battle is knowledge, wisdom, the truth of the season. Nation of war, not guns, not you got people, this silent guy, or they got to arm themselves. Do you see many bullet factories? I mean, you see how dumb that is? You see many gun factories? What they're going to do? When they run out of bullets, come back, hey, man, guys, some more bullets to shoot you with? See how dumb that is? How dumb silence is? Then you got other ones. They want reparations. Farrakhan too, right? You see them preparing anybody to run a country. Engineers, scientists, physicists, architects, engineers. It's all bullshit. Like I said, either with me or you're against me. It ain't no in between. And there's no one on this battlefield but myself. Because if you have heart, you're not on this battlefield. Says he would be standing alone. If you don't see it, that's your problem. If you don't see the wind blowing, that's your problem. You blind, that's your problem, not mine. Because the world's in trouble. Cause and effect. What's causing it? What's causing all this trouble? Since 1990. I said it wasn't actually, affect 2020. But the process began when Master Muhammad showed up. Right? And it got into gear in 1990. I was preparing the army, right? But when the commander showed up, we had a usurper that nullified the army. That was his job, prepare away from the message of the covenant and prepare for him. So the battle didn't really officially start in 2020. It should have started, well, it wouldn't start 2020 anyway because 40 years had to be over. But the army should have been prepared. 1990, Muhammad present the material. Mexico start forming the material. You get the soldiers in, then you got to train them. Then the battle. So he brought the soldiers in. Right? 1990 started training. 2020, bam, then the war. He brought the soldiers in. He did his job. The usurper come. Grabbed hold of the army. Instead of making a mockery for the enemy, just neutralized them. And that story is clear. It says he prepared a way for the message of the covenant, and you guys, this dumbass, Ben X, Eric, ain't nobody after Elijah. Can a dummy read? Can a dummy read? messing the cover. He prepared a way for someone else. See, they're all liars or agents or demons or fools. All that category. We don't want any of them. Say either you're with me or you're against me. And if you're not with me, if you ain't standing next, I got to push you or you behind, you ain't with me. You ain't shoulder to shoulder. You ain't with me. And right at this point, no one's with me because I'm not dealing with anybody anymore. Nobody's with me. Because if they was with me, if they really saw us as a battle, they'd be on the battlefield fighting. Not with guns. Because I supply all this ammunition. All this ammunition I gave them. They sit around look like a deer in a tree. I wonder what's going to happen next. So I'm not wasting more time with anybody. It's just total waste of time. Because they was on the battlefield, right? Even if you said, hey, you got to take a break, and they really know it's a battle, if if you're in the military and you're at war, you say, okay, y'all take a break right now, man. Y'all take a rest. You know what they be doing? You practice it. So when they get back on the field, soon as you say, hey, let's go, bam, they're ready to go. Instead of, you see? That's how you check people, try them. It says nobody, and Farrakhan, right now the battle is words. That's the ammunition, right? That's the weapons. Ammunition is an angel. I'm the gun. That's the ammunition. Right? All this ammunition. No guns out there. All the ammunition you get. You ain't do anything with it. Nothing. Because they ain't with it. No one's with it. And the thing is, if that's the weapons, right? That's the ammunition, and you know who the enemy is, then how you gonna tell me, okay, the war's going on, I want you to stop firing. Y'all stop firing. Who would do that? Why would you stop firing? Are you with the enemy? I mean, you see the enemy right there. You say it's an enemy, right? Why would you stop firing? Because remember, it's cause and effect. Something's causing all this confusion you see out there. And America is getting more the world's on the edge. Everybody said any little thing could trigger World War III right now. Some people actually, Russia just said we actually in World War III. A lot of people said we all, because if you look at World War II, World War II was going on over in Europe. And some people didn't catch on until a year or two later. They think, oh, it was already going on. America didn't get involved until they was involved secretly until Pearl Harbor. So something's causing this, causing these people go crazy, make these bad decisions. It said their wisdom turned to jealous, nothing. So you think it's happening for no reason? Oh, all of a sudden is a mystery God doing it? No, it tells you the angel, the Lamb is doing it. And so, if you understand that has to be because, if these things happen by themselves, then why are you saying messenger prophet? These things don't happen until the messenger prophet showed up. Rape didn't change until Prophet Muhammad showed up. Europe didn't change until Prophet Jesus showed up. Black folks just changed right here until Master Muhammad showed up, and Elijah showed up, and then black folks started taking a different turn from what they was before. And all they was on with was truth. So why in the fuck you told us shut up, Farrakhan? Because you're a goddamn liar. Why you not firing? Because this ain't nothing to do with you. Because this stuff is still happening, but you're not saying anything, so it's not coming from you, is it? See, when you understand, this stuff is clear. So it had nothing to do with him if he's not saying anything, because Master Muhammad is not here. He's not teaching anybody anything. He's not here talking. He's got a whole different agenda. The one on the ground is the Lamb. Because When he opened this seal, broke this hill, that's what's happening. He said, either you're with me or you're against me. Anybody against it get crushed. And right now, there's no one with me. And I'd rather have it that way. I mean, it's sad that people out there, especially particularly Levites, don't have anybody in the battlefield but me. Their own people now on the battlefield. Or they milk toast, melancholy. Oh, well, their own people. Their own people. You got to push them, their own people, their own leaders. And they're going to pay a price for that because people will say, because you now people are, they'll look around and mom ain't dead, and dad ain't dead, children ain't dead. And they're going to, when they told that they was lost because of lack of knowledge, they'll look around to the ones that had the knowledge. And what was you doing with the knowledge? What do you think going to happen? What do you think is going to happen? So you don't think. That's why fire burns the disbelievers, because they knew if the disbelievers understood the fire, they understood they would not have been disbelievers. They were stupid. They didn't believe it. That's part of it. They didn't believe the fire. But everybody believes the fire when it touched their ass, doesn't it? Don't they? Pharaoh didn't believe it until after he was drowning. People in Noah, they understood truth while they was going down drowning. You see, and that's part of the plan anyway, right? Purge, right? The weak. You stay strong. You got to get rid of weak. Just like when you go to the gym, right? You burn out those weak muscles, that weak material, fat and everything. Burn it up. Right? Trying to turn it into muscle. Don't turn the muscle. You turn it into muscle. So these are right. They stuck here. That means the devil's got a greater hold on to them. That means they got too much devil in them. We got to break a hold because you got two magnetic forces here. Gravitational vortex. One pulling you and one pulling you. And some of you grabbing hold to what's pulling you. And some of you just too weak. Either way, we don't want you. That's when you see me ask anybody. Like, I'd rather run you away because I don't. We waste time because we get rid of you here. See, I could tell you a lot of things, brothers and sisters. You know, one of the reasons why I was put here, right? Because we have some brainiacs think they got all this. They think they can pull that bullshit and bring that shit home. They ain't because they got to get out of here. The only way to get out of here is mass from Muhammad's got to transform. So they can have all the wisdom they want and everything else. I know I got the 5 pillars right. Okay, we'll see if that when they drop that bomb on your ass, see if those 5 pillars save your ass. That's what's going to happen. I told you, America will be nuked. If you still here, that's why it's going to be nuked to make sure, because you got a lot of people underground cities and stuff. They have underground cities here in America. That's why some people talk so nonsense. Say, "Oh, that's nuclear war." They ain't word because what they say. They even said we're talking about Jay-Z they had a city under big complex underground. Something I think with Jay-Z or somebody. Yeah, they build. They pay. I mean, because they sell them. They sell these underground. I don't know. I don't know what they call them. You know, but you go. You just got food and everything under there. That's why a nuke is so all that will be burned up because you got some people they get down there and they got nukes down there and everything else. Say, man, if we have a nuclear war, we just stay down here when it's over. Then we come up and we got nuclear weapons and everything. We take over all this dumb shit. So either you're with me or against me, and it's no one with me, not no one. Because they'd be on the battlefield. They've been training. They'd be waiting, you know. Hey, it's like, waiting for your birthday, did it for me, you're all excited. You try to hold back. All you do is they get more training. So when you do let them go, man, wow, they come out like a wild stallion. Because you tell me, hey, you go take a break. Well, then, yeah, they're glad to take a break. And that's what they do, they take a break. Because they didn't care about the war. I mean, in other words, if you force somebody to do something, they only do it because you force them. Once you release the force, they go back to doing whatever they were doing before. They're on the battlefield, they want to fight. You holding them back, man, or they can't wait, man. They building up their strength. Because when you do let them go, man, they come through like a racehorse. Man. And this battle is just beginning. When that pause ends, I told you, that was just beginning. These clowns here, so I got a bunch of videos here. I'm gonna just let play. It's gonna be a couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours. Just let them play. Because only one person, it says only one person on the battlefield. That's why you see Michael had angels, said Michael was an angel, but Lamb doesn't have anybody. He, he went to war with the beast. Said there's 10 kings made war with the Lamb. That's the goat. He overcame them. He ain't say overcame with it. Because that's what it is. The warriors. So if you understand the words, you know Farrakhan's not part of this. He's not part of this part of the battle. He's made he's on the other side. Because the point, like, if you're with me again, what was if you're not with me, then you're actually against it because you work for the devil. Because either you fighting on this side, right? Fighting at me, shooting at me, right? Or you're over here holding me back, distracting me, or you're stealing my ammunition, or anything to frustrate me to keep from firing. So that's all that helps the devil. That means you with the devil. If I gotta stop and say, hey man, you gotta go over there and fight, man, you gotta go over there and get your gun. That's helping the devil. Because you should be side by side. Because I get my head blown off trying you heard it called friendly fire? You know what friendly fire is? That means you're killed by young people, traitors. Well, they don't necessarily be traitors because they don't know what they're doing, but still the same thing. Friendly fire, they didn't mean to do it, but you still got killed. So who's they helping? If they accidentally kill you or didn't do or did by mistake, who did that help? Help the enemy. Say with the enemy. Knowingly, unknowingly. So the gloves are off. From this point on, it's just me, period. Period. I tried everybody. I feel bad for the Levites. I can't save them all. They looked around with just one. He was done by himself. He said, the field is many, but the workers are few. Very few workers on the battlefield. And the devils is not resting. Day and night, day and night. They're shooting their bullets. All this confusion, everything else. Constantly, they ain't resting. Constantly. Over and over and over. And I ain't resting either. And I'm prevailing. Because all you got to do is look at the world around you. Somebody's causing this. Somebody's causing all this. So you want to blame some mystery god, some mystery Satan or something? That's up to you. But Satan, why would Satan cause his kingdom to fail? Why would Satan cause his system to fail? No, he's God of this world, but this world's failing. So why would he want to cause his world to fail? So it ain't him, is it? And then so-called Jesus, he's dead. There's only one person out here that's teaching this and teaching the covenant, because all these other clowns not teaching the covenant. So just declaring gloves are off. This, in a couple more days, when this resume. But I already put the word out there. The word resume, that's it. Next 60 days is going to be dramatic. In the year, this will last the end of the year. It's out there. Can't back off on it. Don't happen, then they win. Because me, my weapons are blanks. If I'm on the battlefield with blanks, I'm dead, ain't I? My weapons are blanks. I'm shooting blanks. That's the only thing Jonah had a problem with. Because God kept restraining him. I understand why they're doing it. It don't make me feel any better. Trying to protect the Levites. Hold on, just give him a little more time. Because this thing was supposed to, this war was supposed to stop a year or so ago. Full blast. Give him more time. You don't know the left hand from right hand. Joe said, man, you should waste your time for, man. Let's go for it. There's a disagreement between the two. And Joe turned out to be right. Because look, when the God makes a promise, he goes, everything he do. So if it's not still, it's not his fault. It's your fault. Because you failed. It said, if you go, I made a covenant with you, you don't follow your part of the covenant, that's your ass. So nobody can't say that this Master Muhammad didn't do it. He's the God now. This is and the high priest. Nobody can say, because like I said, I'm not a Levite. Nobody can say that 100% wasn't given. 35 years. Nobody can say 100% wasn't given to keep the word that was given to Levi. You want to be with us? Okay, if you be with us, you go to the Holocaust. We're going to make sure you get the information you need. We're going to, same covenant promise we give to Abraham's seed, right? You Abraham's seed too. You're going to get too. They, like Esau, they want to give the inheritance for a piece of a bowl of shit. Okay, I want reparations. I mean, I want all this. Here, man, we made a promise. We're about to give you a gold mine here. Oh, no, I don't want that gold mine. So if they lost lack of knowledge, it because I has been getting knowledge 35 years on the job, on post. Your own people ain't giving it to them. Your own people not giving it to them. See? Like these clowns here. They're either not giving it to them or hiding it. Their own people. So they can't blame it on us. They can't blame it on shit, but definitely can't blame it on me. Because I haven't taken a penny and I'm giving everything, and I gave up everything I had, my family, I sacrificed my family and everything else to get this information to them. For any followers, anything. Get information. 100%. They don't even want to give 10%. Their own people. What they think that's the big consequence that will be. Because they don't. Mm, 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 mm. Anyway, I'm going to let some things play, brothers and sisters. Right? And like I said, Levi, they're all messed up. And the truth comes as promised. Remember, it's told come to them. There's Elijah. The promise come. Hey, the message come will come to you. To you. The God came to you. He said a message and message coming will come to you and prepare you to go home. He come to bring to give you a reward. He's coming to give you your reward, your gold mine, everything that you come to get, and you say, fuck you, I don't want that shit. That's what you're saying. And he didn't ask you for anything. Just come here. A free gift. Time to go home, brothers, sisters. Fuck you, man. Don't scale my back, because like I said, when time come, the lamb and the elect, they out of here. And that's when you wake up. Then you gotta go to tribulation. Then you get it. That could have been avoided. How you get with Farrakhan, that's beyond understanding. Because that guy is nothing in there back up what he's doing. He's not even a Levite. These guys, people. So you can't blame it on me. You can't blame it on Master Muhammad. He had to come here. You would never know. You would have never even knew you had a reward coming if he never showed up. You wouldn't even know. They just got rid of you. You would never even have idea. That's why we keep our promise to you. Even if you didn't know, we will told you, hey. And then we sent a messenger. He gave 40 years of life, went to prison, everything else. He's one of you. And he said, fuck you. The man leaves. They was plotting against him. They had to take away because his own people was plotting against him. 40-some years. And then they tore every damn thing down he built. And they put a demon in charge. And you got to hear all of his ass, licking his ass. Hey, I know. And what the hell is wrong with y'all? You know, we tell you the character Esau. We tell you the character right there between him and Jacob. Esau was the rightful inheritor. He said, fuck it, I don't want that shit. Give me a bowl of soup. Ain't worth nothing to me. So that's the spirit that Levites have. And then at the end, the top Levite, Lucifer, after all this, he's going to come and try to, after everything gets done, he's going to come. They're going to come and try to take it all back. So it's mine. No, well, you gave it up. You sold out. Now you want to mad. Now, after all the drama's over, remember, Lucifer didn't go to the Holocaust. After the drama's over and everything else, we went through all this and everything else, and now we finally home. We got a reward because we paid the price for it. Now you're gonna come and attack and try to take it back from us. Hey, what is all that? What is all that? And you don't even know who he is. He's one of you. You don't even know who he is. You don't know who anybody is actually. So time has run out. I can't waste any more time. Right? I'm preparing a few food, a few more things. Because in a few more days, that's for him to make us. He's still going to make a move to save you. Because if he didn't, you'd be lost. Because right now your heads, they already got you surrounded. They already got your head in the lion's mouth already. You don't even know it. They're prepared this whole thing. That's why you don't read, you don't pay attention to things. They tell you to flee. That means the trap has already been set. Like you step on a snare and things snatch you up. Once you start feeling, you better jump quick, or you snapped up. That's how close it's going to be, because you ain't see it coming. Got those landmines and everything. You walk in, you probably shows the movies. You step on it, right? These call them what do you call it? Bouncing Betsy's. That's what they call them in Vietnam. See, it was something. Actually, Vietnamese, I forget all the details behind, but they made a cheap version. They called, and their version was called them Bouncing Betsy. And so what happens is that it's like a beer can or something. They put explosive in it, and then they put it in the ground, right? And there's a spring under it. Right? So when you step on it, now I forget, it's been a long time, all the mechanism. But you step on it, right? It arm it. Like, like you step on it, it arms it. But it don't do anything. It wasn't bouncing Bessie, because what happened is that if you moved, then it would spring up, fly up, because it had a spring under it. If you stayed there, it wouldn't do anything. But you could move, because you hear a click, uh-oh. And everybody say, hey. And most people, if it's close enough to hear, get away from you far away as they can, because they nudge your ass. Because you're dead. You're a dead man. Because you can't stay there forever with your foot on it. It's not enough room where you can slip something between your foot and it. And when you move your foot, then it bounces up 6 feet. So when it bounces up 6 feet, then it explodes. And the reason why I do that, because it don't just get anybody around you. That's why they run, flee, get their ass out of there. They say, hey, bro, nice knowing you. Because he know he's dead. You know he's dead. He know he's dead. And so if he don't like you, he'll take you for it real fast, because he know he'll get you too. Because when he clicks, when you step on it, you done it. It's all over. So if you want to be vengeful, right? Take everybody with you. Say, man, hell with this man, right? I ain't shouldn't be here no way. You take your foot off immediately before they can get away, and it gets to them too. Otherwise, you keep your foot on it till everybody's got away. Then you take your foot off, because you're gone. It's gonna be pretty much like that in a minute. And that reason is because you didn't listen to Elijah. Because you had 35 years to prepare for all this. And now you're right here, you're still sitting around here scratching your ass, wondering what's going on. Right in the middle of it. And you see all this stuff happening right in front of your eyes. And you still ain't scratching your ass. Well, I wonder. So keep on scratching your ass. It's pathetic. I was agonizing. I was saying, is there anything? See, it's mostly little sisters. Because the brothers, I'm through with them. Because the sisters say, I don't care if it was Levites or what. They didn't know they was Levites. I feel like I got Levites in my family. My mother, well, I think my mother's side is demons anyway. Because they didn't know that. All they want to do is stay. So like I said, from their point of view, that's what I feel for. And these brothers, man, they ain't protecting the sisters. But they're building a battlefield right now, 24/7. I'm on the battlefield. That's what I'm doing for the sisters. Because for them, we don't. They know they was. They know they Levi. They was all they knew was sisters and brothers, and that was raping us and everything. And they trying to wipe out our nation. They trying to save the nation. And they did. And my only regret is I can't separate them from the brothers. I just take them home because their brothers is misleading them. Like that sister I showed the other day. Sister said, "Oh, this crazy." She's obviously intelligent. Let's know. Let me say this quickly. Think, because you still got people that don't believe this. They still can't accept these sisters. Okay, I know they understand this. We got brain cells, foot cells, toe cells. Well, that's gender too. If you got brain cells, right? Well, you got a male and female part of the brain cell. So sisters are going to be smarter than the sisters of the foot cells, but foot cells may be stronger or whatever because everybody does their function. We don't put anybody down here. We care about each one or each of them the same. So I put over to one smart and his sister? No. I ran some sisters smart, I ran some sisters dumb, I ran some brothers smart, some brothers dumb. But you got those 5% out there. I mean, you got all these liars. If you listen to this stuff, they say it's so stupid. Because what it is they stupid people. They want to be the man, be a big man. Run their mouth deceiving people. And the end, what that says, they be sent back to most. If you understand that word, most, look it up. It says the most grievous. So how grievous is it? Says time is going to be severe. It said we have to pay, and they don't get the worst of it. Let me play a couple more things, and I'm close. I think that's pretty much it right there, bro. So I'm gonna just run, and if I got everything separated, it's gonna run about 2 or 3 hours. Just playing some videos here. Um, because no one can say like Pharaoh. At the end, he said, "Oh, praise God." He couldn't say that. He wouldn't know. He had to bear witness. The people that drowned, and Noah, they had to bear witness. Noah was right. So when your chastisement comes, the consequence of your actions comes, you're gonna bear witness. Man, he tried to tell us. He was 100% on the job. He told us. That's what I always say. They always say that. In the end. But it's too late then. It doesn't benefit them. They're gonna say, yeah, he told us. He warned us. But they always say the wicked even say the judgments are just. We guilty. They're gonna have to admit themselves. They can't say, well, God was unjust. They say, yep, well. Let's see what we got here, bro. This is up, man. What? The gloves off, brothers and sisters. Like I said, I gave every chance, opportunity Levites to step up. Every chance, every opportunity. And they just failed every time, no matter what situation is. I said, if somebody want to do something, you holding it back, all you do is then you building up, your energy to do it. You hold it back, man. As soon as you let them go, man, put it a simpler way. Okay. You're putting the energy, you want to go this way. North, right? And then somebody, right? And remember, you bring this much energy, so somebody run to somebody hold you for a few hours, right? Okay. So, but your energy, that's where you're going. So your energy builds up, keep building up, because let me see another way. I think it's like a dam, right? I mean, The longer the dam holds the water, but the water pressure keep building up on the dam because the water's still trying to go forward. After a while, the water, the pressure, the force of the water comes greater than the dam, and then you got boom, a rush forward because the pressure was building up all the time. Well, you just dammed it up. So by damming up, you know, now you release it, bam, now you get it. But if you release it and no more water's coming in before, that means the water wasn't even putting pressure on it. What was just sitting there. Because once you move the dam, it's going to break the dam sooner or later. But if that was if the river start trying to keep going that way, it's going to the pressure keep building, building. The river just say, okay, forget it, man. I'm just the dam there, man. I'm just going to relax. Then it's set there forever. And if you move the dam, it's just the normal flow. But we test people, dam them up for a few minutes, then remove the dam, see what happens. See, people think I'm stupid. They thought Elijah was stupid too. You don't understand. You know what they're dealing with. They're gonna find in a minute. I get you. Oh, then you understand. That's it, brothers and sisters. The world's still changing. Somebody's causing it. Elijah, he's not here. He Farrakhan. He blew it. He exposed himself. Everything's about to be exposed. It was him. God would tell him. Remember what it said? It told us, says, be strong. And told John, be strong. Be courageous. Be bold. But God said, God told Farrakhan, well, then Farrakhan, if you're the general and you want to lead in the battle, then you said, stop fighting. If you stop fighting, it means the enemy start gaining ground. See, if you ain't acknowledging you was right away, you knew right away he's the fucking liar. Right away. But he said, God told me, first of all, he's a coward. But the point, the bottom line is, the reason why he's doing it, because he don't know that damn thing. But if you look at this from a mathematical point of view, you say, hold on, wait a minute. What's causing this happening around us? Something's causing it. So if you quiet, then you ain't causing it, because that's what this nature of the war. The quality of it. That's why you got to understand the quality of the battle. Like in Noah's time, if you understand the quality of destruction was a flood. So that means you got to build an ark. You have to know what the quality of the calamity is going to be. So the quality here is information. And that's the nature of the war. It's that he will come destroying with the spirit of his mouth. So if you're totally quiet, that means you ain't in the battle anymore. So if you're fighting with somebody, you stop fighting, you're in the ring, then you start getting your ass kicked. So no matter how you cut it, still come wrong. Cause if you ain't fighting, if you're not fighting, you ain't fighting for your people anymore, are you? You see what I'm saying? If you look from a mathematical point of view, God told you, okay, then who's fighting for the people then? It ain't you. It ain't the guy. He's not here. So that means now you letting the devil just destroy your people because you ain't fighting for them no more. So you saying you're not the one that's you're supposed to be the Christ. And he said your battle supposed to your two-edged sword is supposed to be your weapon. And you told, okay, you don't use it no more. Well, the enemy they say, okay, I'm gonna stop because he stopped. No, now hey, they ain't fighting no more. Let's charge. In a few more days, I'm fired up. I'm not angry. I'm fired up. Let's put it another way. I'm not even hateful. I am angry, but angry because I keep thinking about what happened to our ancestors. Their hope was that we would be angry, we get revenge. That's the only hope they had. I'm not going to let their hope be in vain. I'm on the battle for 100%, 24/7, 100%. Every sacrifice there is. I'm still on the battlefield. Not, not, not just for the Shabbat, but the Levites, because that's my main focus right now. Because right now, you're being plagued by demons. I got to get the demons away from you. I don't know if it's even worth it. If I get demons away from you, you're still going to sit around scratching your ass. Oh man, the demons are gone. The leaders, right? The leaders, they should be, man, atomic bomb. They should be exploding out there. Makes it work. Somebody's causes it happen. I'm getting 100%. So, yeah. Hey, you know how much energy it takes? Because every time you break one of those verses, that's a nuclear explosion on the intellectual level. Every time you break one of those verses, there's a split in the atom. Bang. Because you blow away everything they're saying, because they can't do it. He said no one could do it but the Lamb. Every time you read a verse, and they can't argue with it. It blows away every other verses, blows them away. Or some say my fire come blows, but that's why they'll come and Satan. They'll come directly at me. That's why I'll come and get $1,000 because they can't. It's blowing them away. That's their trouble. You see, every Sunday respond to what I be saying during the week. Nuclear explosions. And you get that power to, and they sit around and you give them guns, and sit around and look at them. Give them ammunition. Okay, nothing. So that's on them. I'm giving information, Master. I'm going to make his move. Now you got to go to tribulation. If you make it, you don't. I'm not going to miss you. No one's going to shed a tear. And our conscience is totally clear. And so is the God, because the word was given and it was fulfilled. And you didn't accept it, right? Esau was supposed to get the inheritance. I was right on board with it. He said, I don't want that. Give me some soup. Give me some reparations. I want 6 states, okay? Okay, brothers and sisters. Here we go. Tick tock, tick tock. Assalamu alaikum. Like I said, one person in battle for right now is me. That's where it's going to be until the end. Until, well, it says that when Master make his move, that's up to Levi's again. I'm not going to them and say they come to me. And that's a reason for that. Because let me say it and I'm going to close out. If I go to them, then I push mobile stuff again. Like, oh, no, they got to be motivated. I'm not going to waste my time. I've already wasted 35 years. Not wasting my time as far as make things happen, as far as the Levites. 35 years. Like mom wasted 40 years. But nothing. You get that kind of, and God came, get that kind of information, that kind of light, and you're still sitting there scratching your ass after all of that. No one ever got that before. Not even close. And then you come and get the angel and explains everything. And you can't argue with it. It's got to even tell you how to do it yourself. You didn't get that from the Quran. Don't tell you how to go and figure the mathematics stuff. Just tell you stuff. And you got to try to figure it out. The angel he explains everything and then give the mathematics behind it so you can go and prove for yourself. Instead of yeah. That's why John said, I don't waste my time with this. But God said, no, you got to waste some more time. He said, oh, man, you know, 3 years of my life because it's bullshit. And I was right. Because still not producing a goddamn thing, nothing. That's why John was up all upset about the whole thing. So I waste my time with them. We already give them everything. They still ain't doing a goddamn thing, nothing. No matter how you come at them, it doesn't work. So then that's the last call. What Farrakhan called the final call. Well, I'll give you something more. He may be on to something there. But Master Muhammad is going to make his move. When he make his move, then we're going to sit back and see what happens. Did that inspire you? Because I'm not coming to you. You got to come to me. That's your view. Inspire you ready. Otherwise, I'm not going to waste my time. Because you got to be inspired to go to tribulation. I'm not going to be here to push you. I thought about it. I said, no, I thought because sisters, no. Nah, I ain't going to do it. Yeah, I would do it because of sisters, but no. If it's just sisters alone, yeah, I would do it. Right? That's it. That's why I said that way. Everything was the plan. You got to come to me until they inspired. I know I ain't wasting my time setting them up and getting them ready. That's why it's like that. So that's why I'm making his move. So you got a split second to react. But once he make his move, that kicks off the events. They come attack us. How much time we got? A week? A couple of days? You got to get my attention. Convince me that I'm not wasting my time. Give me this information. And then you have to start putting information out there. See how tight it is? It should be fast. It says this information be all the world. Who's going to do it? That means you got to do it. The Nation of Islam. That's why I told him. Did you read it? It says once he got his mind back, so the man's going to leave. He want to leave us now. You got to stay back and warn your people. Because you got to tell them what this flee stuff is all about. So when they do see it, they'll know to flee. Because the point is, how they going to know about it? How they going to flee? They don't even know about it. It's going to be split second. And that information got to come from the NOI. That's you got. How much time we talk about it? Week, 2 weeks, a couple of months? No, you talking about months. We definitely ain't talking about that. So you got to be fired up and inspired. And you got to be already fired up. Because I can't fire you up. We won't have time for it. You got to come to me fired up. You got to come in engine running. I just got to give you a steering wheel. But if you come in engine dead, what the hell? What's the point of giving you a goddamn steering wheel for? That's where it is. You got to make people understand what this fleeing all about. So when they see it, because right now, they see the British Army, they wouldn't know to flee. You don't even know anything about that. You don't know that even applies to them. You know how to do that. So you gotta be fired up. You gotta get information to them. And then get them, and the ones that do lead, depending on how much fast you gotta make, because you will have their attention then. You will have their attention because whole economy is collapsing. You have the Nation of Islam will have their attention. Now, are you gonna sit around and scratch your ass and watch NFL? Or are you gonna be fired up out there telling the people, fired up in their face, telling them, warn them, because they ain't got much time. Because you act like you're acting now, it won't make a difference. You gotta be on. You gotta be a lightning bolt. You gotta be on fire because you ain't got much time to get the people to understand. Because they're gonna have their attention, understand what's going on, what the condition they're in, and what the threat is. Because you gotta do that. I give your mind back. I give you the steering wheel. You gotta drive it after that. You gotta have the engine going. You gotta get the engine going. That's how I'm gonna give you the information, get the engine going, get the fuel for the engine. I'm gonna give you the steering wheel. You gotta drive the damn car, the truck, people in it. You gotta take a break, or engine's dead. That's on you. Hope you understand that, Brown says maybe you do, maybe you don't. That's the way it is. That's why I really debated. I said, no, let me just try one more time. We're so close, this guy's. Crickets. Anyway, if your people out there depend on you, wouldn't want to be in your shoes. It's all over. You look around and see this missing, or you got one leg, one arm, or whatever, because they didn't flee fast enough, or whatever. And then they're going to know, when they understand people's lost for lack of knowledge, they're going to know, why couldn't we have the knowledge? Did you have the knowledge? Those questions will be asked. Hope you got some good answers. Assalamu alaikum. I'm gonna let this run, bro. It's just gonna run for a while. I got quite a few little videos in here. I just put them together. Took me a while. We could put these things together. It probably don't work. It's probably not gonna work. But anyway, let's see what I got here. Okay, these clowns right here, right? All enemies. I'm talking. The main one's a demon right there for Farrakhan. The rest of them called son of man. You don't know shit. All of them enemies. They don't know anything. Allah says he's the ultimate expression of God or something. Eric, I'm with Elijah. Okay, well, explain to me. What's your vision? What's your vision? What's your vision, fool? What's the vision you're giving the people? Tell me the message of black man. What's your vision? Tell me, explain what's going on today. Tell me how show me what page and the message of black man explains what's going on in the world today about what's going on in the Middle East, what's going on over there. But tell me where's any of that explains all of that. And what happened to the message of the covenant? Because you claim Elijah. Everybody say ain't saying they told it's got Elijah the last one. Read Malachi. Who's the message of the covenant? Fool. Who's the message of the covenant? Fool. And you got to be seed of Abraham to benefit from the covenant, but Farrakhan, you're not seed of Abraham, you're following the devil. You're not seed of Abraham. So how does that apply to you? Then you got, Saul, son of Mary, he all mixed up. He got crescent going both ways and got American flag up there, and he don't know who he covering all angles. Somebody's gonna come after his ass. He gonna open Revelation. He don't know who Gog and Magog is. He couldn't tell you if his life depended upon it. He wouldn't have the American flag up there. Why has he got up there? He got Melchizedek over there. I mean, it's a bunch of bullshit. And these people here, every one of them, are the reason people lack of knowledge. They're primary. And then you got the ones that's behind them. Right? And you got somebody on here, like what was his name? What was his name? Guy that died of COVID, Jennings, or what his name was, or I don't know. Right? These people, just the main ones, just a bunch of them. They know they don't know what they're talking about. They've not broken the seals. That's a requirement. They're not to mess with the covenant, and not one of them are teaching the covenant. Not one of them. So what are they doing? Confusing the people. And some of them, we know some of them are agents. Some are agents because it says an FBI thing. Some are agents. That's why I said the Bureau of Deletion. When you get that point, that means they don't want you to know who they are. Some are agents, maybe all of them. But we know Farrakhan's a demon. That's even worse. So they're undercover, portrayed almost bad as demons because they represent themselves one way, but they're doing something else. Oh, what destruction will be. What you think the original people what you think they're going to do with these people? I tell you what they're going to do to preachers. Make popsicles out of them. That's something you're going to see in a few more days, brother. Says when this war catch and false Israel, because they out there teaching false Israel. See, they part of the problem. They teaching false Israel is the true seed of Abraham. These preachers teaching that. They teach Abraham a covenant. When Martin Luther King ran to Elijah Muhammad, he kind of pulled his coat on the mess on what they blew Martin Luther King's brain out the next day. They told him, don't be teaching that stuff. Maybe also they pay Farrakhan, stop telling that we got down land over there. Yeah, he's getting paid by them. Everybody's against you. Which thing's going to happen? People do wake up. They're going to be the blame game. Who won't get in their way? You a mass problem, I'm getting in the way either. Because they're going to say, that's the most grievous chastisement. There won't be no, I tell these preachers out there, they talking about this rapture and all this crap. They talking that crap too. If falsehood goes down, that means that can't happen according to them. That's when Jesus comes back. Then everybody's going to really see, man, that sign right there is going to change everything. That's why I said we see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, because that is a symbol right now of everything that's happening in the world. Because it's about us. But they pretend to be us. Whole thing in the Middle East, why America's supporting them 100%. Because that's important, because it's all about us. Keep us blind to who we are, without a vision. That's the first source of confusion in the world today. It's why the Arabs become white. You see the impact of all this about deception, and they're the foundation of it. When that comes down, that means, boom, the light comes on. They are the, say for instance, you put the light out, right? So then you turn the light on. When they go, all the light comes on immediately. That's what Master Pumpkin's getting ready to do with it rain. When that happens, the congregation, everybody will see, all of a sudden, everybody, it's going to happen suddenly. It tells you, you tell me it must be us. Elijah was right. And those preachers, all of them, they're going to make popsicles out of them. You're going to see them on every corner. You know, Shaka Zulu, they're going to make popsicles, all of them. And when they do that, you don't die right away. You might be 2 or 3 days up there in total agony. Setting up on your pot, set up on a broomstick. Yeah. That's what it's going to be. That's for them. But it's going to be worse for these. If you think that's bad, it's going to be worse for these. They get the most worse. Okay. It's not a warning. Because the warning is trying to get you, prevent you from making a mistake. No, it's not a warning. It's a fact. Your goose is cooked. All these clowns, your goose is cooked because you've already done the damage. Because you heard this information. I know you know about me. You heard this information. Your goose is cooked. We don't want your repentance. I wouldn't accept it. Don't even think you can do it. Your goose is cooked. Brothers and sisters. Okay, I think I'm about where I'm getting ready to. It's going to run for a couple of hours, brothers and sisters.
And whether you like it or not, the new ruler is black. He have hair like lamb's wool, and he has feet like burnished brass. So long till they don't know the birth record, so they just say from remotest antiquity, this is the house that God used to manifest his wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and power in and through. Where is he now? Wherever he want to be. I'm not going to say I know where he is, but I'm glad his power is everywhere. I think I know where he is. I don't want to say because I could be wrong, but he's wherever he wishes to be. Are we to pray and worship Master Farad Muhammad? You don't worship the flesh of any man, because the flesh is going to die. But in that flesh is a wisdom and a power superior to any human being on the earth. So when we look to Allah in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, we look to him. And when he ain't no longer here, the power is going to be here. Honorable Elijah Muhammad said he would live a minimum of 400 years, but 400 years ain't no time. He'll be gone. But before he goes, the foundation of what he lays will never be erased from the planet. That's a God. He prays. He prays. He don't pray to himself. You don't say, surely I have turned myself to me. Who does he pray to? He prays in remembrance of him who originated that which he came in. He came in this body. You can't ignore him who originated this. Anyway, it's deep. It's a big subject. I want to say to my Muslim brothers, when I was in Mecca, I was there for 3 days. I was there for 3 days. And in the 3 days that I was there, wrangling with the scholars, we talked about this. And when I finished explaining, the heaviest scholars there didn't bother to argue. They had to go away and study it. And what we don't realize is God has chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. And what you're doing, you are following those that God wants to put you over. The Arab is a good person, basically. They've done a wonderful job in keeping the book of God pure. And we are grateful to them for so doing. But they messed up. It's your turn now. And God will see how you act. But you're not to follow Arabs. You're to lead them. And you can't lead them following them. See, they like to see you imitating them. Just like white Christians want to see black Christians imitating them. We're not to follow white people today. They had their day of rule, and their day of rule is up. That's all. God is going to replace them with a new ruler. And whether you like it or not, the new ruler is black. He have hair like lamb's wool, and he has feet like burnished brass. And if y'all can't take a black leader, then you might as well get off the planet.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flagler as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is, you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor,
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity. So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. And Mustafa maybe 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you.
One more time, brother.
Washington, D.C. Louis Farrakhan suspects that his father may have been Jewish. At least that's what he tells Henry Louis Gates Jr. in the current issue of the New Yorker magazine. Speaking of his father's white Portuguese parents, the Nation of Islam leader said, "I'm going to tell you something. You really want to know what I think? I think they were members of the Jewish community." He added, "I believe that in my blood, and not in a bad way. Because when I was a little boy I used to love listening to the Jewish cantors in Boston. They had a program, and every week I would listen. I was struck by the cantor, and I've always loved the way they sing or recite the Torah." Gates, citing an academic source, says Farrakhan's assertion about his lineage is highly probable given that nearly all people of Iberian descent in Jamaica and Barbados are of Sephardic Jewish ancestry. Farrakhan was born in 1933, the son of May Clark, who was from Barbados. He was named Gene after his father, a light-skinned man with straight hair from Jamaica. His father, Gates writes, was a philanderer whom the family rarely saw. "If in my lineage there are Jews, I would hope that in the end, before my life is over, I not only will have rendered a service to my own beloved community of black people but will also have rendered a service to the Jewish community," Farrakhan was quoted as saying. In the interview with Gates, which reportedly lasted 9 hours, the Nation of Islam leader also made reference to wise Jews who plan evil, the international conspiracy of Jewish bankers and overwhelming Jewish complicity in the slave trade. Jewish groups expressed outrage over Farrakhan's latest public statements. Farrakhan's effort to make it appear that he is merely criticizing the evil he finds in his own Jewish antecedents is a reflection of the bizarre and ludicrous nature of his entire behavior towards Jews, Phil Baum, executive director of the American Jewish Congress, said in a statement. Meanwhile, a planned protest against the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith fizzled last week when Washington, D.C., police denied former Nation of Islam spokesman Khalid Abdul Muhammad entrance to the B'nai B'rith office. Flanked by 4 bodyguards in black fatigues, Muhammad took a moment to rail against the ADL and the Jewish community before he departed the scene. "This is a criminal organization and a criminal enterprise that has lied and spied on black leaders and black organizations," said Muhammad, who was dismissed as Farrakhan's spokesman in 1994 in the wake of a national controversy surrounding a vehemently anti-Semitic speech he delivered at Keene College in New Jersey. Muhammad called the ADL and its parent organization, B'nai B'rith, one of the main arteries of improper propaganda and nefarious activity that has greatly influenced the larger American Jewish community. In brief remarks to reporters, Muhammad said the black man and black woman are the chosen people of God and we want to put an end to this lie of the so-called Jews, these people who crawled out of the caves and hills of Europe just a few years ago claiming our birthright. Standing astride Muhammad was Malik Zulu Shabazz, the leader of the Washington, D.C.-based Unity Nation who gained notoriety for leading anti-Semitic chants at Howard University student rallies in 1994. Shabazz said the ADL is an oppressive organization that comes from a people that are by nature evil and wicked.
Hi, assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Veteran of Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now, and we're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years, right? And so we've been here a year now. And there was an agreement made, a former slave master. He said, we had a choice, stay here or leave, right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and trade it for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go to where it's sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we're getting reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. You know, they was listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, you know, they stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with the former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, you know, they were just, you know. There's some things wrong, but now they, you know, they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? And you know, I mean, this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we came here. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had a big mass, they came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 days, but he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, Master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 days to promise him that he would have prepared him for it, right? Their schools and education, whatever they needed for that. But I guess they didn't, because they said over there now he's begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later, it's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then say, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no. They say they looked at the farmers. What they doing? The farmers said, oh. So then, master, what's happening here? How come no? Right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now they Master, what's happening here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, and they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now, and all the food's gone. It's gone. She said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? And so they'll be praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's Master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparation, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was offered to them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. That's you. What you calling us for? That's yours. You gotta handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they crying and begging the Master, hey, we got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where'd you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, I mean, no planes, or nowhere. We don't know about fly the planes and drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. What would you tell us for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was your reparations. So then if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Ooh, no fuel. The gas station's empty. I can't drive, man. And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to, some of them replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. Warehouses full. Then you had to keep. They thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See, and they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They business. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he's going to get this for you, but he didn't prepare you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, said, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, call on your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? See? You don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? That's what, because if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, he tells you, look, hold it. We want total separation. Look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. It's all economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, and all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, ain't no integration, that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So he said, okay, right? So they just say, we're going to take that money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Right? Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million a piece. So everybody got $1 million a piece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation. Right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say 1 million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounces, your certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. Right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold and you got 1 million certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one's worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they work, because those certificates has to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, they less gold. You understand? So if $1 is worth an ounce of gold, which that's right, then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing the wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They told to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's all it's worth. $1 million. Hardly worth anything. Hey, that's our money. You gotta have your own money, you control your own wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me you had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold, and even if they take it, hold on to money, hope to increase again, they're just using another different certificate, using another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you was so happy with now, it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything with $1. Plus the economy's collapse because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't know how to get those communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You're not an engineer, build a house, you don't know how to do anything. Because Farrakhan didn't, right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything, right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You still had your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you want to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you could call your land now, Swaziland or something. Farrakhan, maybe call it travel land. Farrakhan, named after Farrakhan, right? So they closed the borders. You can't, because now you're hungry and everything else. Your money's worthless. Oh God, come back, Master. I come back work for you. I work for Popeyes. I do anything you want. No, we don't. Remember, now blacks either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land that you 6 states. And now you're starving. You ain't got your money's worthless. Nothing works, and they close the border, right? And then you see Master, you on the phone. You talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of niggas. Finally got rid of them. Finally got rid of them. See, on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. They turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See, they could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold that for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. So what? Then what next? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray, 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 pray. That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and those whooping their ass. Right? Because they thought you think they were going to give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? You know how much that is? If it's 17 million, that's 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. Then they're gonna do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border. What you gonna do? You gonna fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, when it was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Farrakhan ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and living to get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here with they. Because they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get rid of all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Boys, come here. Disaster over there. And, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold on. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what it is, some name to call it right there. That 6th day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh no. Now he went and asked Master Farad Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Farad Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with them. Somehow they got the information over to them. Said, we please come and get them. Nope. Said, no, tell them no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land. You got your reparations. You got your money. You got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell him. Talk to him. Let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, bro and sister, that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, so you're not getting more reports on papers. Okay, he says that was Master Prophet Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So that's it, bro and sister. We got those. Wow, they came in. All that came in today, man. Came in fast. After a whole year. Total collapse. Now they begging it. Somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, well, we at least send them some food. They begged, said, please send us some food. Master Muhammad said, no, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send us some food.
Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or are going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Put it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, watching to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I, turning your face from your own native land turning it back towards our prison house and our enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your home? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rackets and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Put it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our past hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. you are now turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your home? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother man. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother man. That's real. Wake us up here, Apostle.
When we was alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right.
We owned buildings. We owned farmland. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
So I will teach on it now. I want you to go to the first chapter of the book of Revelation. And this is I also want to well, that'll be covered in this. So let's start at the 7th verse. It says, behold, he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him, and they also which pierced him, and all kindreds of the earth shall wail because of him. Even so, amen. The reason why I say even so, and even though it's going to be some bad things happening, so be it. That's what amen means. So be it. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the ending. What is the birth record of the said nation of Islam? The said nation of Islam has no birth record. It has no beginning nor ending. That's what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught in the student enrollment. Well, Abraham looked for a city or a nation whose builder and maker would not be a messenger, but a builder and maker who is God himself. So I am that builder and maker. I am the beginning and the ending of the nation of Islam. It is a new nation that has never existed before. Now it says, I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the ending, saith the Lord. As Jesus said, for the Son of Man is Lord even of the Sabbath day, which is prophesied of, and which was among us and among you in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, and which is to come. As the messenger, he told me at one time, he said, I know you will not agree with me. And I did not agree with him that I am God. But not because I was ready to argue with him about it. It was too great a title for me to be claiming to be something that I couldn't understand. So I just left it alone. He said, but you will grow to agree with me. So I have grown to agree with him. You know, just like a child. You can tell a child, you the king, you gonna be this, you gonna be that. Child, no, he ain't no king. so he don't hardly know how to spell his name, let alone talk about being the king over somebody. And so I am, and I was prophesied of, but I am still yet to receive all of the power that goes with that title. There's a lot of it coming to me, though. So I'm yet to become the Almighty. And then it says, I, John, who also am your brother and companion in tribulation and in the kingdom and patience of the Lord's Christ. They say that Jesus Christ, but no, everywhere they see the Lord, they would go in there like the Jehovah's Witness. They put Jehovah's name there. They see God, they put Jehovah. Every place these people see Lord, they substitute Jesus. But the scripture said, the kingdoms of this world are become the kingdoms of our Lord, not our Lord Jesus Christ. It says our Lord and of his Christ. And so, the scriptures, I'm throwing them out now. And like rivers and streams, when the sun thaws them out and they start running, they start flowing, then they begin to purify themselves. Do you understand? You see, the Bible and the Holy Quran are purifying themselves now. Just like the footnotes in the Holy Quran. Nobody ever made a statement like I made, that footnotes have no business being in the Holy Quran. You ain't never heard none of the Orthodox world disapprove of people putting footnotes in the Holy Quran, for they the ones put them in there. Do you understand? But I told them they had no business putting any footnotes in the Holy Quran, because you are getting people to seek your judgment and your understanding rather than the understanding that Allah put in his word. So the Holy Quran says, shall I then seek a judge other than Allah, when he it is who sent down the book fully explained? And if it's fully explained, it don't need no footnotes in it. Okay. So he authored it And he put the explanation in there, but he hid it in there, like Jesus said, the kingdom of heaven is like yeast or leaven, which a woman took and hid in 3 scriptures, 3 measures of meal. That's what the Bible is. It is measures of truth. Each prophet was given a distinct amount to say. The Holy Quran is measured. It's 114 chapters. And so this is the day where the book is being explained to you. And I'm purifying it by making it flow from the book to my mind, and my mind to your, through my mouth to your ears. And like the sun draws up water from its polluted state, from the ocean. Most of your wind and most of your rain comes from the ocean. That's why we couldn't get a white man power over the water. Because if we gave him power over water, he'd been charging us for rain. And you saw what was that Arnold Schwarzenegger was in that movie?
Total Recall.
Total Recall. Man, cut off the people's hair. He was killed because he cut off the hair because he had power over there.
Although the Nation of Islam, does not presently advocate violence by its members, the group does preach hatred of the white race and racial separatism. The membership of the Nation of Islam is organized and poses a real racial threat. The Nation of Islam is responsible for the largest black nationalist newspaper, which has been used by other black extremists. The Nation of Islam appears to be the personal fiefdom of Elijah Muhammad. When he dies, a power struggle can be expected and the Nation of Islam could change direction. We should be prepared for this eventuality. We should plan how to change the philosophy of the Nation of Islam to one of strictly religious and self-improvement orientation, deleting the race hatred and separate nationhood aspects. In this connection, Chicago should consider what counterintelligence action might be needed now or at the time of Elijah Muhammad's death to bring about such a change in Nation of Islam philosophy. Important considerations should include the identity, strengths, and weaknesses of any contenders for Nation of Islam leadership. What are the positions of our bureau deletion informants in regard to leadership? How could potential leaders be turned or neutralized? The alternative to changing the philosophy of the Nation of Islam is the destruction of the organization. This might be accomplished through generating factionalism among the contenders for Elijah Muhammad's leadership or through legal action in probate court on his death. Chicago should consider the question of how to generate the factionalism necessary to destroy the Nation of Islam by splitting into several groups, bureau deletion. Do you think that the FBI just folded and walked away? Read this document carefully. Did not the FBI accomplish each of their goals? Did not Farrakhan deliver everything the FBI wanted? We should plan to change the philosophy of the Nation of Islam to one of strictly religious and self-improvement orientation. Sunniism, Scientology. Deleting the race hatred. Don't call devils, devils anymore. Deleting the separate nationhood aspects. We ain't going nowhere. No existing economic program. The reason why these facts are ignored is because those that surround him are demons, fools, idolaters and FBI agent handlers who make sure he stays on track.
In 1934, due to arrests and harassment from the police, Master Farad disappears, leaving the religious group in the hands of Elijah Muhammad, formerly known as Elijah Poole. In 1952, Malcolm X, formerly known as Malcolm Little, is paroled from prison and made assistant minister of Temple No. 1 in Detroit. Malcolm X had joined the Nation of Islam while he was incarcerated. In 1955, Louis Farrakhan, formerly known as Louis Eugene Walcott, joined the Nation of Islam. Within 1 year of joining, he was appointed to assistant minister, and Malcolm X became his mentor. On March 8, 1964, Malcolm X announced he was splitting from the Nation of Islam. On March 5, 1965, Malcolm X was assassinated. On February 25, 1975, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad died, and his son Wallace Muhammad assumed leadership of the Nation of Islam. Wallace Muhammad would later change his name to Imam Warith Muhammad. Imam Warith Muhammad denounced his father's teachings, changed the name of the organization, and sold off many of its business interests. On November 8, 1977, Louis Farrakhan split from Imam Warith Muhammad to reestablish the Nation of Islam under its previous teachings. Now that you have a very high-level view of the
How's we gonna make it? Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. It's your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holiday where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
And I heard other voice out of the heavens saying, Come you out, the people of me, out of her, in order that not you should share together to the sins of her, and out of the plagues of her in order that not you should receive, because we're glued together of her the sins until the heaven, and called to mind the God the unjust acts of her. Give you back to her as also she have back, and double you the double according to the works of her, in the cup to which she mingle you to her double, as many as she glorified herself and lived unreigned in luxury, so much give you to her torment and mourning. Because in the heart of her she is saying that I am sitting queen, and widow not I am, and mourning not I should see, through this in one day will come the plagues of her, death and mourning and famine, and in fire she will be burned down, because strong Lord the God the having judged her. And they will weep and they will strike themselves upon her the kings of the earth the with her having committed fornication and having lived unreigned in luxury, whenever they may be looking at the smoke of the firing of her.
She has not offered her slave nothing to go upon, while Israel was offered something to leave Egypt with, a few gold pieces. they was helped to get out of Egypt. But we have been let loose like cattle, not even having any chance whatsoever to go away from our slave master to our own. And they would not carry us back to our people. Let us remember these things. Almighty God, Allah taught us that our fathers wanted to go back to their people when they was put off on the shores of North America. And the ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our parents here on, they stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves, bound together. Feet. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on the ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You are now turning your face from your own native land, turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting so. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shores of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here? They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation.
The Nation of Islam, the organization that introduced us to W.D. Farad, Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm X, and Honorable Louis Farrakhan. Did you know about the men who founded their own groups based on the Nation of Islam's teachings? Today we're going to talk about 5 infamous former members of the Nation of Islam, plus an important honorable mention. You are watching Black Belief. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and hit the notification bell so that you never miss a new video. Just in case you didn't watch my documentary entitled God is Here in Person, The Story of the Nation of Islam, let's quickly review some key points in the Nation of Islam's history. In 1930, Master W.D. Farad arrived in Detroit, Michigan, and began teaching his interpretation of Islam to Black Americans who had migrated to the industrial city from the South. In 1934, due to arrests and harassment from the police, Master Farad disappears, leaving the religious group in the hands of Elijah Muhammad, formerly known as Elijah Poole. In 1952, Malcolm X, formerly known as Malcolm Little, is paroled from prison and made assistant minister of Temple No. 1 in Detroit. Malcolm X had joined the Nation of Islam while he was incarcerated. In 1955, Louis Farrakhan, formerly known as Louis Eugene Walcott, joined the Nation of Islam. Within 1 year of joining, he was appointed to assistant minister, and Malcolm X became his mentor. On March 8, 1964, Malcolm X announced he was splitting from the Nation of Islam. On March 5, 1965, Malcolm X was assassinated. On February 25, 1975, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad died, and his son Wallace Muhammad assumed leadership of the Nation of Islam. Wallace Muhammad would later change his name to Imam Warith Muhammad. Imam Warith Muhammad denounced his father's teachings, changed the name of the organization, and sold off many of its business interests. On November 8, 1977, Louis Farrakhan split from Imam Warith Muhammad to re-establish the Nation of Islam under its previous teachings. Now that you have a very high-level view of the history of the Nation of Islam, let's get into the list of 5 of its most infamous ex-members. Leader of the Nation of Gods and Earths. Clarence Edward Smith was born in Virginia in 1928. His family eventually moved to Harlem, New York, where Clarence completed 2 years of high school. In the 1950s, he joined the military and was stationed in Korea for several years, where he learned martial arts. When he returned to the U.S., he found out that his wife had joined the Nation of Islam. He too decided to join, and his name was changed to Clarence 13X. By 1963, he was a high-ranking leader of Temple No. 7 in Harlem, New York, where Malcolm X was minister. As the fallout from Malcolm X's and Wallace D. Muhammad's departure occurred, Clarence 13X began having his own doubts about the Nation of Islam's theology. He questioned why the Nation of Islam venerated Master Farad, who had light skin and mixed-race ancestry, while also claiming that the black man was God. He finally decided to leave and start his own group, called the Nation of Gods and Earths. Clarence was joined by a Nation of Islam member named John 37X. Clarence changed his name to Allah the Father, and John changed his name to Abu Shahid. Together, the pair were called high scientists since they engaged in intense study of Nation of Islam's doctrines and created new theologies for the group. In addition to being known as the Nation of Gods and Earths, the group was also known as the Five Percenters. This name refers to the Nation of Islam's teaching that 85% of the world are asleep and live in ignorance of the truth. Another 10% of the world know the truth but have decided to suppress it. The remaining 5% know the truth and have the burden of going throughout the world to spread it. Allah the Father builds upon several teachings of Orthodox Islam and the Nation of Islam, while also developing unique teachings with names like Supreme Mathematics, Supreme Alphabets, Actual Facts, and Solar Facts. Members were required to master each lesson and be able to use the teachings on demand to recruit new members. Unlike the Nation of Islam, the group did not establish a formal leadership structure. Since the group taught that all black men were gods, they believed that members should look within themselves for divine guidance. Allah the Father taught that women were earths and could not be gods because they were created by men. Instead, like the planet Earth, the woman's gift, according to Allah the Father, was the ability to sustain life. Another way the group deviated from the Nation of Islam was in its code of conduct. While Allah the Father warned against addiction, he did not believe that all drug use was wrong. Gambling, alcohol consumption, and smoking was allowed. Members were also allowed to decide how they dressed. Polygamy and serial monogamy was accepted. Allah the Father continued to strictly forbid consumption of pork, however. He also tended to be very strict about studying the lessons he had created. He and his followers spent long hours on Harlem street corners, proselytizing and inviting prospects to study meetings. Perhaps the Nation of Gods and Earth's biggest impact was on music. As the genre of hip-hop developed in New York, many early rap innovators incorporated 5%er teachings into their lyrics. Method Man, Rakim, Wu-Tang Clan, Nas, and many other iconic artists mainstreamed 5%er theology. Modern rap artists who were influenced by these early innovators also incorporated the 5%er ideology in their work. Unfortunately, Allah the Father would not live to see his ideas dominate the music charts. On June 13, 1969, at his home on 21 West 112th Street in Harlem, Allah the Father was assassinated. The identity of his attacker is not known. When Allah the Father created the 5%ers, he began distributing lost-found Muslim lessons to potential followers. This angered members of the Nation of Islam, since these lessons were secret teachings that only high-ranking members were supposed to access. They were also angry that Allah the Father was able to recruit many disenfranchised members of the Nation of Islam into his group, and that he opposed portions of the older organization's teachings. Thankfully, in the years since Allah the Father's assassination, most rivalries between the 5%ers and the Nation of Islam have been set aside. Honorable Minister Farrakhan, leader of the Nation of Islam, has attempted to build bridges between his organization and many other related groups. Today, the 5%ers are largely perceived as a more philosophical counterpart to the Nation of Islam. 5%ers frequently attend Nation of Islam events, and the Nation of Islam will often use their publications to praise certain aspects of the 5%. Ernest McGee, also known as Hamas Abdul Khalis, founder of the Hanafi movement. Ernest McGee was born in Indiana in 1921 to a Seventh-day Adventist family. Eventually, he converted to Roman Catholicism, and then later, after meeting a spiritual teacher, Tassibur Uddin Rahman, he converted to Sunni Islam. FBI documents indicated that Ernest probably had a mental illness. He enlisted in the Army Reserve in 1942 and went active duty in 1943, but was medically discharged in 1944 with 70% disability. Army records indicate Ernest was diagnosed with psychosis, dementia, praecox paranoid type, which is now known as schizophrenia. From 1944 to 1968, Ernest visited Veterans Affairs doctors who we've documented his schizophrenic episodes. Even so, his disability percentage was steadily reduced until it was upheld at 30%. McGee joined the Nation of Islam in 1951, and his name was changed to Ernest 2X. He would later claim that his teacher had told him to infiltrate the Nation of Islam in order to convert its members to Sunni Islam. Ernest 2X entered the Nation of Islam at a time when Honorable Elijah Muhammad was working to rebuild its ranks after his release from jail for evading the World War II draft. Ernest 2X later claimed that he was closer to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad than Malcolm X, who was released from prison in 1953. He was made National Secretary and invited to teach at the organization's school called the University of Islam. Ernest also later claimed that Honorable Elijah Muhammad told him personally that he was next in line to lead the Nation of Islam and not Malcolm X. Despite his alleged success in the organization, Ernest left the Nation of Islam and changed his name to Hamas Abdul Khalis. According to FBI documents, Ernest told agents that he left due to the, quote, arrogance and deceitfulness, end quote, of the Nation of Islam and the Gestapo tactics of the NOI temple officers at the Chicago Mosque. Throughout the 60s, Khalis lived in New York and worked for nonprofit organizations where he helped struggling youth find employment. He also established religious centers where he introduced people to Hanafism, one of the 4 traditional Sunni schools of Islamic law. Khalis' most famous convert was a basketball player named Lou Alcindor. Alcindor joined the movement in 1971 and changed his name to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in his neighborhood in Washington, D.C. In 1972, Khalis moved into the home. He made one part of it a living space for his family, while another portion of the residence was called the Hanafi Muslim Center and was open to the public. The success of Khalis' movement would derail quickly in December of 1972 when he sent 50 letters to Nation of Islam ministers around the country denouncing Honorable Elijah Muhammad. It's not clear who or what prompted him to send the letters. FBI records suggest that around this time, Khalis suddenly became obsessed with fighting against non-Orthodox forms of Islam. In his letter, Khalis called the Honorable Elijah Muhammad a, quote, living deceiver, end quote, and urged ministers to leave the organization. On January 18, 1973, Khalis returned home from the grocery store to find 7 members of his family murdered, including his children and grandchildren. 4 of the children had been drowned in the bathtub. 7 murderers were detained, and all of them were identified as members of the Philadelphia Black Mafia. The Philadelphia Black Mafia, also known as the Black Muslim Mafia, was founded by Samuel Christian, also known as Suleiman Bey, who was a member of the Nation of Islam's Philadelphia Temple. Bey centralized control of the criminal activities in Black Philadelphia and aligned with the Italian Philadelphia crime family and the Italian Gambino crime family from New York to sell drugs and coordinate other illegal schemes. Many members of the Black Muslim Mafia were also members of the Nation of Islam, and profits from the Mafia were funneled through the local temple. Even the Nation of Islam's leadership in Chicago criticized the Philadelphia Mosque for drawing too much attention to itself and conducting itself as a, quote, gangster mosque, end quote. The Black Muslim Mafia has been connected to over 40 murders. I will need to do a separate episode on this organization to fully explore its violent legacy. 5 of the murderers in the Hanafi killings were convicted, but 2 defendants were acquitted. No conspiracy charges against the Nation of Islam were filed. Khalis was enraged that the killer's connection to the larger organization was never investigated. On March 9, 1977, Khalis led a group of Hanafi Muslims as they stormed 3 buildings, the Wilson Building, the B'nai B'rith International Center, and the Islamic Center of Washington, and took hostages. During the takeover of the Wilson Building, news reporter Maurice Williams was shot and killed. D.C. Protective Service Division police officer Matt Cantrell and then Councilman Marion Barry were injured. During the attacks, Callis raged against the judge who presided over the trials of his family's murderers, claiming that he was part of a Jewish conspiracy to subvert justice. Callis made several demands. First, he wanted the release of the film entitled Muhammad Messenger of God to be canceled. He mistakenly believed that the film would depict the Islamic prophet Muhammad, which is strictly forbidden in Islam. In reality, the film only depicted Muhammad's relatives, which is permitted within the religion. Secondly, he demanded that his family's murderers and the convicted murderers of Malcolm X be delivered to him. Of course, he had no idea that years later, two of the men convicted of Malcolm X's assassination would be acquitted. He also requested meetings with Imam Warith Muhammad and Muhammad Ali. Finally, he requested a refund of a $750 fine that he incurred during the trial of his family's killers when he made an emotional outburst during the proceedings. The movie release was canceled and the $750 was returned. However, Imam Warith Muhammad and Muhammad Ali did not meet with Callis, and the murders of his family and Malcolm X were not delivered. 3 ambassadors from Iran, Pakistan, and Egypt volunteered their services in negotiating an end to the standoff. They spoke with Callis over the phone and read passages of the Quran with him while asking him to end the siege. Finally, on March 11th, Callis ended the takeover. He and his accomplices were charged and convicted for their crimes. Callis was sentenced to 21 to 120 years in prison. He died in prison in 2003. Marion Barry would later become mayor of Washington, D.C., and the 5th floor press room in the Wilson Building was named after Maurice Williams in 2007. Honorable Salis Muhammad, founder of the Lost Foundation of Islam. On August 21, 1977, a member of the Nation of Islam tried to arrange a personal meeting with Imam Warith Muhammad, part of the Nation of Islam. Honorable Salis Muhammad, along with a few supporters, went to Atlanta to organize the Lost Foundation of Islam, or LFNOI. Honorable Salis Muhammad feared that he would be killed for standing against the teachings of Imam Warith Muhammad. Today, he is revered by his followers for being so committed to the teachings of Master W.D. Farad and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that he was willing to risk his life to stand up for them. The theologies of the LFNOI and the NOI have diverged. The LFNOI teaches that the end of the world has already come. They have a version of the Trinity wherein Master Farad is the Father, Honorable Elijah Muhammad is the antitype to Mary, Mother of Jesus, and these two figures are taught to have figuratively given birth to the Honorable Salis Muhammad. In reference to this teaching, the group celebrates October 7th, Honorable Elijah Muhammad's birthday, as Mother's Day. The Nation of Islam believes that black people collectively have divine properties, but that these properties cannot be fully expressed. The Honorable Salis Muhammad, however, taught that all black believers are gods today, but that he is the highest expression of God. The LFNOI and the NOI have oscillated between violent confrontation and tenuous peace over the decades. In the early 90s, there were discussions of possible unification. Honorable Farrakhan invited Honorable Salis Muhammad to the Million Man March. Allegedly, Honorable Salis Muhammad declined when he was told he would not be allowed to speak on stage about reparations, an issue which he had been dedicated to for years. As CEO of the LFNOI, Honorable Salis Muhammad has petitioned the United Nations, President Barack Obama, and the Pope of Rome for reparations for African Americans. In the late 90s, the two groups battled over newspaper territories. In one incident, a mosque of the LFNOI was firebombed. Honorable Salis Muhammad's followers accused members of the Nation of Islam of the attack. Nation of Islam members denied the allegations. Onlookers surmised that the firebombing could have been a publicity stunt staged by Honorable Salis Muhammad, who was struggling to attract members to his group. Rumors were spreading that Honorable Farrakhan was battling cancer, and some told that Honorable Salis Muhammad saw this as an opportunity to grow his influence. Honorable Salis Muhammad has continued to implore Honorable Farrakhan and his followers to recognize him as a prophet, which has been a continuing source of tension. Only time can tell whether these two organizations will one day permanently join forces. Jenkins, founder of the United Nation of Islam. Royal Jenkins joined the Nation of Islam while working as an over-the-road truck driver. Like Honorable Silas Muhammad and Honorable Louis Farrakhan, Jenkins did not agree with the changes of Imam Warith Muhammad after Honorable Elijah Muhammad's death. In 1978, he formed his own sect named the United Nation of Islam. The group has changed their name frequently and is also known as the Value Creators and the Promise Keepers. While believing that Allah came in the person of Master Farad, Jenkins claimed that he was Allah in his own person and was more powerful. He claimed that the Nation of Islam was led astray by Imam Warith Muhammad and Honorable Louis Farrakhan. He says that Honorable Farrakhan is the most formidable enemy to Allah because he uses tricks and deceptive tactics to silence anyone else's voice and prepare the masses to fight for him through appearing to be against the white man and his government. Like many of his religious counterparts, Jenkins used the media to present his organization as one that was committed to community revitalization, entrepreneurship, and uplift. Behind the scenes, the reality for the organization's members was terrifying. In 2018, a woman won an $8 million judgment against the group after proving that they effectively enslaved her for 10 years. In the court ruling, the group was found guilty of trafficking the woman at 11 years old. They forced her to cook, clean, and care for children without pay or benefits at various organization-owned businesses around the country. Later, a judge ordered for Royal Jenkins to be arrested. The woman's story is not unique. Critics of the UNOI, as it is sometimes called, note that members work for the UNOI businesses and receive no income. They frequently must apply for welfare from the government and are only given the minimal necessities for survival. Meanwhile, leaders of the UNOI live lavishly from the group's proceeds. Members receive no health insurance and are not permitted to receive medical care outside of Your Colonic Center, a UNOI-owned organization which does not employ any licensed physicians. Children were subjected to so-called Fruit of Islam beatdowns. Female members were required to maintain a certain weight or face humiliation and harassment. Members were limited to a diet of bean soup and salads. Sometimes they were forced to go for days subsisting only on lemon juice. Even more disturbing than the allegations of financial improprieties and labor law violations are the reports that Jenkins has taken several wives from among his followers. Stepdaughter. From these unions, he has fathered at least 15 children. Jenkins claims he is justified in practicing polygamy, comparing himself to Solomon and claiming that, quote, in the near future, a man will be known for his wisdom according to the number of wives that he has, end quote. In 2021, leaders of the group were indicted on new charges of forcing minors to work without pay and abusing them. Royal Jenkins was not indicted, and it was reported that that same year he had died of COVID-19. Hulon Mitchell Jr., also known as Yahweh Ben Yahweh, founder of the Nation of Yahweh. Yahweh Ben Yahweh was born Hulon Mitchell Jr. on October 27, 1935 in Oklahoma and was raised in Kojic. He was the oldest of 13 children. In the 60s, he served in the military and went to law school before joining the Nation of Islam and changing his name to Hulon X. There are conflicting accounts about why he left the Nation of Islam. Some say that he fled when the organization accused him of embezzlement and pedophilia. One account claims that rival ministers were jealous of his rise and threatened him and his family, which forced him to leave for safety. In either case, Hulon X set out on his own. He started an independent church called the Modern Christian Church, in which he taught he was God and called himself Father Mitchell, seemingly inspired by the teachings of Father Divine from the 1920s. He fled his church when the congregants sued him for fraud. In 1979, he arrived in Miami and formed the Nation of Yahweh, which he also called the Temple of Love. He renamed himself Yahweh Ben Yahweh, which means God, Son of God in Hebrew. Yahweh Ben Yahweh borrowed teachings from the Nation of Islam and fused them with teachings from Black Hebrew Israelism. Like the Nation of Islam, he taught his followers that white people were evil and their 6,000-year reign on earth had come to an end. While the Nation of Islam taught that Master Farad was the Messiah of the lost foundation of Islam, Yahweh ben Yahweh claimed to be the Messiah of the lost foundation of Israel. Accordingly, Hebrew was used in the organization instead of Arabic. Likewise, instead of teaching that members were part of the tribe of Shabazz, ben Yahweh claimed his followers were a part of the tribe of Judah. But like the Nation of Islam, Yahweh ben Yahweh was anti-Semitic and taught that Jewish people were imposters. He claimed that black people were the real Jews. Unlike the black Hebrew Israelites, however, ben Yahweh emphasized the New Testament of the Bible, which he said was proof that he was Jesus, the Messiah. Yahweh ben Yahweh gathered followers and slowly built a multi-million-dollar Miami real estate portfolio, which included motels, a recording studio, a grocery store, and apartments. On the surface, it appeared as if ben Yahweh had succeeded in revitalizing predominantly black areas and removing the blight of drug addiction and poverty from the properties he owned. But behind the scenes, there were reports of extortion, abuse, and murder. Followers were required to collect $10 daily. Those who failed were forced to kneel on concrete for over 4 hours as members with sticks stood by to ensure that backs were kept straight. Ben Yahweh also convened so-called midwife classes, where female members were forced to engage in sexual acts with each other and him. Robert Rozier was born in Anchorage, Alaska, to a military family in 1955. He was a gifted athlete and eventually gained a football scholarship to the University of California, Berkeley. Allegations of drug use and misconduct soured Rozier's chances of a prosperous professional career. Eventually, he signed on to play for a professional football team in Canada. By 1982, he had amassed dozens of fraud warrants for writing bad checks. After a brief prison stint for fraud, he met Yahweh ben Yahweh, donated all of his possessions to the group, and changed his name to Nehariah Israel. Wanting to join ben Yahweh's inner circle, Israel said he was asked to kill, quote, random white devils, end quote, as an initiation ritual. In April 1986, Israel decided to target white people that he perceived as weak. He went to a well-known gay neighborhood and followed a drunk white man to his home. He stabbed the man and his partner to death. This murder was the first of many for Israel and other members. When they killed their victims, they cut off their ears so they could bring them back to ben Yahweh as trophies. In October of 1986, the Nation of Yahweh purchased a 5-story apartment building in Opelika, Florida, and attempted to evict all of its current residents. When 2 residents, 28-year-old Anthony Brown and 37-year-old Rudolph Brossard, resisted, they were shot dead. Nehariah Israel was charged with one of the murders. At first, the Nation of Yahweh supported Nehariah Israel's defense by paying for his lawyer and waging a public relations campaign proclaiming his innocence. After Israel attempted to exert pressure in order to get a new lawyer, the organization swiftly withdrew their support. Israel subsequently confessed to his crimes and implicated other members in the organization, including ben Yahweh. Nehariah Israel was sentenced to 22 years in prison outside Florida under a new identity. Yahweh ben Yahweh and other members were convicted of conspiracy to commit more than a dozen murders. After serving 11 years in prison, ben Yahweh was released on parole in 2001, but restricted from communicating with his congregants by internet, telephone, computer, radio, or television. On May 7, 2007, Yahweh ben Yahweh died at an unknown location from prostate cancer. Aaron Michaels and Khalid Mohammed, founder and developer of the new Black Panther Party. The story of the creation of the new Black Panther Party is a bit complex, abusing them. Royale Jenkins was not indicted, and it was reported that that same year he had died of COVID-19. Hulon Mitchell Jr., also known as Yahweh ben Yahweh, founder of the Nation of Yahweh. Yahweh ben Yahweh was born Hulon Mitchell Jr. on October 27, 1935 in Oklahoma and was raised in Kojic. He was the oldest of 13 children. In the 60s, he served in the military and went to law school before joining the Nation of Islam and changing his name to Hulon X. There are conflicting accounts about why he left the Nation of Islam. Some say that he fled when the organization accused him of embezzlement and pedophilia. One account claims that rival ministers were jealous of his rise and threatened him and his family, which forced him to leave for safety. In either case, Hulon X set out on his own. He started an independent church called the Modern Christian Church, in which he taught he was God and called himself Father Mitchell, seemingly inspired by the teachings of Father Divine from the 1920s. He fled his church when the congregants sued him for fraud. In 1979, he arrived in Miami and formed the Nation of Yahweh, which he also called the Temple of Love. He renamed himself Yahweh ben Yahweh, which means God, Son of God in Hebrew. Yahweh ben Yahweh borrowed teachings from the Nation of Islam and fused them with teachings from Black Hebrew Israelism. Like the Nation of Islam, he taught his followers that white people were evil and their 6,000-year reign on earth had come to an end. While the Nation of Islam taught that Master Farad was the Messiah of the lost foundation of Islam, Yahweh ben Yahweh claimed to be the Messiah of the lost foundation of Israel. Accordingly, Hebrew was used in the organization instead of Arabic. Likewise, instead of teaching that members were part of the tribe of Shabazz, ben Yahweh claimed his followers were a part of the tribe of Judah. But like the Nation of Islam, Yahweh ben Yahweh was anti-Semitic and taught that Jewish people were imposters. He claimed that black people were the real Jews. Unlike the Black Hebrew Israelites, however, ben Yahweh emphasized the New Testament of the Bible, which he said was proof that he was Jesus, the Messiah. Yahweh ben Yahweh gathered followers and slowly built a multi-million-dollar Miami real estate portfolio, which included motels, a recording studio, a grocery store, and apartments. On the surface, it appeared as if ben Yahweh had succeeded in revitalizing predominantly black areas and removing the blight of drug addiction and poverty from the properties he owned. But behind the scenes, there were reports of extortion, abuse, and murder. Followers were required to collect $10 daily. Those who failed were forced to kneel on concrete for over 4 hours as members with sticks stood by to ensure that backs were kept straight. Ben Yahweh also convened so-called midwife classes, where female members were forced to engage in sexual acts with each other and him. Robert Rozier was born in Anchorage, Alaska, to a military family in 1955. He was a gifted athlete and eventually gained a football scholarship to the University of California, Berkeley. Allegations of drug use and misconduct soured Rozier's chances of a prosperous professional career. Eventually, he signed on to play for a professional football team in Canada. By 1982, he had amassed dozens of fraud warrants for writing bad checks. After a brief prison stint for fraud, he met Yahweh ben Yahweh, donated all of his possessions to the group, and changed his name to Nehariah Israel. Wanting to join ben Yahweh's inner circle, Israel said he was asked to kill, quote, random white devils, end quote, as an initiation ritual. In April 1986, Israel decided to target white people that he perceived as weak. He went to a well-known gay neighborhood and followed a drunk white man to his home. He stabbed the man and his partner to death. This murder was the first of many for Israel and other members. When they killed their victims, they cut off their ears so they could bring them back to ben Yahweh as trophies. In October of 1986, the Nation of Yahweh purchased a 5-story apartment building in Opelika, Florida, and attempted to evict all of its current residents. When 2 residents, 28-year-old Anthony Brown and 37-year-old Rudolph Blossard, resisted, they were shot dead. Nehariah Israel was charged with one of the murders. At first, the Nation of Yahweh supported Nehariah Israel's defense by paying for his lawyer and waging a public relations campaign proclaiming his innocence. After Israel attempted to exert pressure in order to get a new lawyer, the organization swiftly withdrew their support. Israel subsequently confessed to his crimes and implicated other members in the organization, including ben Yahweh. Nehariah Israel was sentenced to 22 years in prison outside Florida under a new identity. Yahweh ben Yahweh and other other members were convicted of conspiracy to commit more than a dozen murders. After serving 11 years in prison, Ben Yahweh was released on parole in 2001, but restricted from communicating with his congregants by internet, telephone, computer, radio, or television. On May 7, 2007, Yahweh Ben Yahweh died at an unknown location from prostate cancer. Aaron Michaels and Khalid Mohammed, founder and developer of the new Black Panther Party. The story of the creation of the new Black Panther Party is a bit convoluted, but we will try to keep it short. Properties he owned. But behind the scenes, there were reports of extortion, abuse, and murder. Followers were required to collect $10 daily. Those who failed were forced to kneel on concrete for over 4 hours as members with sticks stood by to ensure that backs were kept straight. Ben Yahweh also convened so-called midwife classes, where female members were forced to engage in sexual acts with each other and him. Robert Rozier was born in Anchorage, Alaska, to a military family in 1955. He was a gifted athlete and eventually gained a football scholarship to the University of California, Berkeley. Allegations of drug use and misconduct soured Rozier's chances of a prosperous professional career. Eventually, he signed on to play for a professional football team in Canada. By 1982, he had amassed dozens of Aaron Michaels and Khalid Mohammed, founder and developer of the new Black Panther Party. The story of the creation of the new Black Panther Party is a bit convoluted, but we will try to keep it short.
Remember the story of Zamzam? One mother's dua, answered by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with a spring that still flows today. Maybe you're the answer to someone's prayer. $25 gives a family clean water for an entire month, and $200.
Aaron Michaels and Khalid Mohammed, founder and developer of the new Black Panther Party. The story of the creation of the new Black Panther Party is a bit convoluted, but we will try to keep it short.
Remember the
Aaron Michaels and Khalid Mohammed.
dua, subhanahu wa ta'ala with this. Maybe you're the maybe you're $50
in Oakland, California. California. Unlike the nation of Aaron Michaels and 1966 by Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale in Oakland, California. Unlike the Nation of Islam, the party didn't view all whites as evil or racist and actively sought to forge alliances across racial lines. They also didn't believe in do for self. While they launched numerous programs, including their iconic Free Breakfast for Children program, they ultimately believed that the abolition of capitalism was a necessary first step to achieving freedom for black people and other oppressed groups. In short, the Nation of Islam was a conservative capitalist organization, while the original Black Panther Party was a leftist Marxist organization. The two organizations did have one thing in common, though. Both were targeted by the FBI. In response to the growing influence of the Black Panther Party, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover pledged to use every resource of his agency to crush the organization. He launched a counterintelligence program called COINTELPRO, which used agent provocateurs, sabotage, misinformation, and lethal force. By the 1970s, COINTELPRO had been successful in diminishing the Black Panther Party and fracturing its leadership. Fast forward to the 90s, violence was skyrocketing in black communities, unemployment was rising, and investment in black communities had declined. Many called for a resurgence of the Black Panther Party as a way to inspire the youth to organize and protest for better conditions. A 28-year-old assistant program manager at a Dallas radio station was interested in joining the Renaissance. Michaels worked on a radio station program called Talk Back Liberation Radio, where he inserted clips of speeches from black activists of the past within recorded interviews of black activists from the present. He was inspired by the interviews of figures like Milwaukee Councilman Michael McGee, who was using controversial militant tactics to secure funding for his constituents. Michaels assembled his own group of political fighters and called it the New Black Panther Party, or NBPP. The NBPP organized community programs and conducted armed patrols in drug-infested neighborhoods. Their focus was more on service programs than direct protest action. By 1996, many other similar groups had sprung up around the country. That same year, a scandal rocked Dallas. In September 1996, recordings of a white school board member named Dan Peavy were delivered to black members of the board. In the recordings, Peavy refers to several board members and school children as the N-word. He also called a fellow board member a F-word. Peavy had already been embroiled in legal troubles. In May of 1996, he was indicted on 42 counts of bribery, extortion, money laundering, and tax fraud. A racial storm erupted. The NBPP, as well as other local activists, showed their outrage by protesting and shutting down school board meetings. At one meeting, a fight broke out between NBPP members and security guards. During the turmoil, a new figure, Khalid Muhammad, joined the leadership ranks of the NBPP and helped them present their demands to the community at meetings and press conferences. Khalid Muhammad had joined the resurrected Nation of Islam under Honorable Louis Farrakhan in the 1980s. In a story eerily similar to that of Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X, Khalid became a popular speaker and trusted leader as he helped Honorable Farrakhan spread the Nation of Islam's teachings to a new generation. In the early 90s, Honorable Farrakhan began a rebrand of the Nation of Islam. He downplayed some of the organization's racial teachings, built bridges with liberal civil rights organizations like the NAACP, and began gathering support for an event called the Million Man March. Honorable Farrakhan envisioned the Million Man March as a moment of spiritual renewal which would encourage black men to reaffirm their commitment to community and family. In November of 1993, Khalid Muhammad gave a speech at King College in New Jersey that would tarnish Honorable Farrakhan's new image. The speech was entitled The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews, based on a book with the same name that was published by the Nation of Islam. In the speech, Khalid Muhammad made several anti-Semitic proclamations. Just like Malcolm X with his infamous "chickens come home to roost" statement, Khalid Muhammad hadn't said anything that went against the Nation of Islam's teachings. The problem, of course, was the speech's timing and the news coverage it received. In February of 1994, Congress passed a formal condemnation of Muhammad's speech. Black civil rights groups also spoke out and encouraged Honorable Farrakhan to distance himself from Muhammad. Honorable Farrakhan responded by suspending him. He was careful to state that his decision to suspend Muhammad was based on the form of the speech and not the truth of the speech's contents. In other statements, he called the speech,
I want to get rid of this visceral fat. Check this out.
This is how to get in shape fast.
What is the best way to lose this?
in 1966 by Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale in Oakland, California. Unlike the Nation of Islam, the party didn't view all whites as evil or racist and actively sought to forge alliances across racial lines. They also didn't believe in due for manner repugnant repugnant, malicious, mean-spirited, end quote. Rumors were circulating that leaders in the Nation of Islam had grown concerned over Khalid Muhammad's rise and were using the fallout from his speech to marginalize him. Taken aback by the response from his teacher, Khalid Muhammad laid low, hoping that he could one day reassume his leadership position in the Nation of Islam. In May 1994, a former Nation of Islam member named James X. Best tried to kill Khalid Muhammad while he was speaking at a college. When the Nation of Islam's response to the shooting was ambivalent, Khalid Muhammad feared that the organization had been behind the assassination attempt. He began networking with other pro-black groups around the country, including Black Panther groups, and hiring them as personal security guards instead of Nation of Islam members. In 1995, Khalid Muhammad arrived at the Million Man March, hoping that his time of exile was over, but he was barred from coming onto the stage. At that point, he realized he would never again be welcome in the Nation of Islam. Khalid turned his sights on the new connections he had made to Black Panther groups. He traveled to Dallas frequently and began advising Aaron Michaels about strategies for promoting the MBPP. After the Dan Peavy scandal, other racially incendiary events allowed Muhammad to demonstrate his publicity and organizing savvy. The MBPP elevated him to the position of chairman, where he was supposed to have equal authority to Aaron Michaels, who was now Minister of Defense. As chairman, Muhammad pushed the MBPP to sever ties with other Black Panther groups who were more committed to Michaels' earlier focus on community service. At first, Michaels and other leaders supported Muhammad's idea to move in a new direction. Since Muhammad had become chairman, numerous members had left the Nation of Islam and joined the MBPP. These new members were all over the country and not just in Dallas, which transformed the MBPP into a national organization. Aaron Michaels believed that he and older members could balance out Khalid's views and shift new members to some of the positions of the earlier Black Panther Party. They were wrong. Khalid Muhammad continued to flex his power by changing the MBPP teachings. He added language to the organization's platform which affirmed the, quote, truths of the Bible, Quran, and other sacred texts and writings, end quote. He also began using the White Devil's theological framework, which he had learned from the Nation of Islam, to attract new members. Though Aaron Michaels tried to maintain his authority, it was too late. By the year 2000, outnumbered by Khalid and his supporters, and in the midst of a personal family crisis, Michaels resigned his position in the MBPP. Khalid Muhammad's leadership would not last long after Aaron Michaels' departure. On February 17, 2001, he died of a brain aneurysm. In subsequent years, Honorable Farrakhan has mended fences with the MBPP and its offshoots. Khalid Muhammad is an honorable mention on our list because he didn't create the new Black Panther Party, but he certainly transformed the organization significantly. Muhammad's successor, Malik Zulu Shabazz, accurately summarized Khalid Muhammad's impact by stating, "The Nation of Islam has given birth to the new Black Panther Party on the national level." Under the Honorable Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the Nation of Islam developed an interesting hierarchy where enterprising, well-spoken black men were rewarded with leadership when they brought profits and new members into the organization. The situation at the Philadelphia Mosque is an example of this model taken to the extreme. Some members went beyond high-pressure sales techniques and white-collar offenses into full-blown organized crime. However, even at less extreme mosques, it was well known that rewards came for those who could work their way up to leadership positions. Punishments, assaults, and assassinations like those of Clarence 13X served as a warning to those who thought they might set out on their own. Imam Muhammad put a stop to all of this when he moved the organization to Orthodox Islam. There would be no more businesses for members to run, no more newspapers and bean pie sales, no more Fruit of Islam to keep the faithful in line, no more Nation of Islam, just Islam. For many, this was not enough. When you learn about how the Nation of Islam really works, it's easy to condemn it. But is our nation any different? Who has the most wealth? Who performs the most work? How much of the so-called American dream is really mythology to hide these facts? The Nation of Islam and the religious groups it inspired simply give us a better view of a reality we live every day.
Let me guess, you're thinking about going to therapy, and as a therapist myself, of course,
in a manner repugnant, malicious, mean-spirited, end quote. Rumors were circulating that leaders in the nation